I've been going back and forth as to whether or not to post this, since to an outside viewer, the video isn't really all that interesting. If you don't know me, you'd assume it was faked, or I was simply misjudging where noises were coming from. But after a few weeks, I want to get my experience down in writing. Despite being a fairly mundane story compared to some of the posts here, it really upset me. This took place a few weeks ago. I'm going to go into detail to describe my house. Skip this paragraph if you want to get to the good stuff. In the video, I'm sitting on a couch, the camera facing the doorway that leads to a hallway. That hallway has 4 bedrooms. As you can tell by the boxes, people have been moving in and out. The bedroom closest to the living room had my roommate's stuff in it, a bed, a carpet, etc., and the door was held open with a bag of clothes so that the cat could get in and out. Her closet was also propped open with the laundry hamper so the cat could use the litter box. The second room was my old room. I was in the process of moving my stuff to the third room. Neither of these rooms have a closet. The second room, the door was open a crack. In the third room, the door was closed. These rooms also don't have closets. The fourth room, with my roommate's stuff in it, the door was wide open. His closet was shut. It's an old building, and the doors don't click perfectly shut. You need to kind of wedge them open and closed by putting your weight on them. Note that you can slam the doors without them closing. They bounce back open. All doors do this. I was sitting on the couch alone, watching TV. I was sure I was home alone since my roommate, Erin, asked me to watch her cat, and the guy in the back room, Mark, told me that he was going to stay with his girlfriend for a few days. But people come and go pretty often, so when I heard footsteps, I didn't really think twice. I've been living here for 2 years, and I can tell where noise is coming from. The footsteps sounded like they were coming from Erin's room. That's when I heard her slam her door, very hard. I was worried something was wrong, so I got up to check. I saw that her door was wedged open, and the room was dark, meaning she wasn't home. I looked up in the hallway. I saw Mark's room was wide open and also dark. He wasn't home either. I immediately got a chill because I didn't know where the noise was coming from. I've been living here nearly 2 years. I know every sound this house makes. I know that it was one of the bedroom doors. I was only sitting 10 feet away. I couldn't see the doors, but there's no mistaking that one of them was slamming. We're also the top apartment. We can't hear any noises from the downstairs neighbors ever, and there's nothing on either side of us. I went and sat back down. About 5 minutes later, the door slammed again. I got up, thinking maybe a window was open and blowing the door shut. This was unlikely since the 2 years I've lived here. The doors have never done this, even with every window in the house open. But I was still trying to rationalize it. So I checked the windows, and every window was tight shut. At this point, I was freaking out a little, went to sit down. As soon as I sat down, again, the door slammed, twice in a row, quickly. At this point, I know people will be rolling their eyes because I didn't get up and look again, but I was too scared to move. I have PTSD, and door slamming is a huge trigger for me, so my heart was already racing. But when I realized that there was no one in the house, I went into panic mode. I started texting a friend who lived nearby, telling him what was happening. Over the course of texting him for about half an hour, the door kept slamming. Sometimes every 30 seconds. Sometimes it would stop for 5 minutes. My friend was on his way, but he suggested I yell at it. I think he was just suggesting this because he thought it would give me confidence. So I yelled, "Please stop," as if, in response, the door slammed hard 3 times in a row. I literally was shaking at this point. I couldn't get up to even look if I wanted to. While waiting for my friend to come, it slowed down a bit, but this is when I finally realized I should take a video. In the short video, I got a quiet slam. In the long video, at the 34-second mark, I could clearly hear footsteps, which is why I said, "What the fuck was that?" At 42 seconds and 56 seconds, you can hear the door slam. When my friend got here, about 20 minutes later, it stopped. He thoroughly checked every single room and closet for an intruder. When he came back to the living room, he said that there was no one in the house. I finally calmed down enough to check myself. We spent about 15 minutes examining every door in the house. There was absolutely no reason for any of them to have been slamming like that. No windows were open. We were even testing out the hinges and shit, just trying to find a rational explanation. While I was in Erin's room trying to find her cat, the thing was terrified, wedged itself behind her dresser. I was also burning incense. I'm into witchcraft, so I was beginning to do a light cleansing to get the negative energy out. My friend, who is a pretty tough dude, like he's been to jail and shit, he screamed. I ran out and he looked at me, white as a sheet. I've never seen him scared before, and he was scared. I have a poster in the living room of a band called Witchcross. It's been up for 1.5 years at least. It's the blue poster that you can see on the right in the videos. There's 2 massive push pins in each corner. Apparently, while he was sitting there, both push pins flew out of the corners and dropped to the floor. There was no breeze, nothing to knock it down. The pins just flew out. Keep in mind, I had to hammer those pins in when I put that poster up 1.5 years ago. It survived multiple house parties without falling down. I put the poster back up in the exact same spot, put the pins in the same holes, and it stayed up just fine ever since. My friend stayed with me, and the rest of the night, there were no more noises at all, even though we left the doors exactly how they were. A few days later, I messaged my old roommate. I didn't tell him what happened. I just asked if he'd ever experienced anything weird in this apartment. He said he didn't want to tell me because he didn't want to scare me, but part of the reason he moved out was because of the bad experiences he had here. This is not a superstitious guy at all. He also told me that 3 years ago, before we moved in, a girl killed herself in one of the front rooms. My roommate told me when he lived here, he had reoccurring dreams of a girl kicking in his door, jumping on him. Then, about 2 years ago, my old roommate's friend went on the roof, tried to kill himself in the little gap between the 2 front bedroom windows. So, there's definitely some bad energy here. I know this isn't proof to anyone who doesn't know me, because in order to believe this video, you'd have to take me at my word. And I'm just a stranger on the internet. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get up and get a video of the door actually slamming, but I was genuinely terrified by that time. I wish I thought to get more video, but when something like this happens, your first thought isn't, how am I going to prove this to the world? It's, what do I need to do to keep myself safe? At first, I thought someone had snuck into my house, was going to hurt me. All I could think of is what to use as a weapon. I couldn't even leave out the back door to my left because my shoes were down the hall. Sorry if you were expecting a crazier story, but this is one of the most fucked up things I've ever experienced. I've always been a bit of a skeptical believer, and if someone else posted this, I probably wouldn't believe it. I've been practicing magic for over 10 years, and I'm confident what I would like to do in this situation. I'm posting to share my experience and to see if anyone notices anything about the video or audio that I didn't notice, or has any other insights on the actual experience. Thank you. This happened around 2013. I was around 8 years old at the time. I'd had a normal day at school. Got into bed, but had that feeling that I wasn't alone. Moments later, I heard someone whisper my name loudly. It was a male's voice, standing in the back of my room. Scared, of course, I jumped off the bed and I slept in my parents' bed. The next few days, I'd hear footsteps, pacing, back and forth. My sister, unbeknownst to me at the time, was scared of something too, and immediately agreed when I suggested sleeping together. It was like this until she wanted to sleep in her room with me. I said sure, but I was still creeped out, of course. That night, I woke up in the middle of the night for the second time. The first time, she'd rammed her elbow into my face, but this time, I just saw that giant, dark figure in the middle of her room. It was see-through, but it didn't really have a shape. I bolted out of there. I only ever told her about it a few months ago. These hauntings stopped, but they started again back in 2019, and they continue, even now. Yesterday on the way home, I checked the countryside roads on Google Maps looking for any cemeteries I wasn't aware of. It's something I do often. I enjoy walking around and recording, just to see if I catch anything. I found one on a narrow side road, but when I got there, I saw that it was on private property. It was also a 10-minute walk through a field just to get to it. Not wanting to upset the owner, I went to the house next door, down a long gravel lane. As I got closer, it became obvious the house was not being lived in. It was a huge 2-story farmhouse that was probably quite beautiful once upon a time. I knocked on the door anyway. I've seen people live in worse conditions, so I at least wanted to make the effort. This place was unkept, and it looked pretty creepy. All the windows had tattered curtains, and a few were broken. I opened the screen door, and when I knocked, it swung open. It looked like the previous owners had moved out quickly, several years ago. The house was still full of furniture. Clothes were laying on the floor. The kitchen table was still there. I stepped inside, phone recording, and I called out several times, already knowing the place was empty. Within 45 seconds, I was hit full on with a blast of very cold air. Felt like being outside on a winter night with only a pair of shorts on. It was 60 degrees outside and warm inside, but this cold air was slowly moving up my lower legs. As this happened, I felt a horrible stinging sensation in my left leg, just above the ankle. Like several fire ants were biting me. Out loud, I asked if something was doing that, to please stop. I had to repeat it several times and explain that I wasn't there to do anything to the house before the burning finally ceased. But the cold air remained. I never went further into the house. I asked the usual questions while panning the camera around, and just as I went to leave, I saw a misty apparition cross the room from right to left. I'd got it on video, too. I was alone and wasn't smoking. There was no fog inside, and the house is 900 feet from the road, so it wasn't a reflection. The apparition immediately gave me a dark, ominous feeling. It definitely wasn't friendly or welcoming. I've visited many cemeteries and other haunted places over the years, but I've never witnessed anything like this. I'm somewhat of a skeptic. I always try to debunk everything, but this one has me speechless. I'll definitely be locating the owner and attempting to get permission for an investigation. This happened one summer evening of 1984 when I was a teenager. 3 friends and I were walking around the suburban neighborhood where we lived. There wasn't a lot to do, so it was common for kids to stroll around at night, just talking, laughing, and getting into mischief. There was a large forest with streams, a swamp, and a rocky area with mounds of dirt. It was surrounded by neighborhoods on 3 sides, and an elementary school with some municipal buildings, and a big empty field on the 4th. There was a narrow asphalt path that ran through the middle, so kids could walk to and from school. The whole area was referred to as the path, and children knew it as a scary, dangerous place. I used to think an off-brand version of the Manson family lived there and held satanic rituals where they sacrificed kids like me. In reality, the scariest thing was the older kids smoking pot, drinking Michelob, or making out. On this particular evening, I was with Frank, Keith, and Brian. We decided to walk down a dead-end street, cut through some yards to reach the path. It was dusk as we stepped over the old stone wall and into the dense underbrush. We didn't have a flashlight. We had to spark the flint wheel on an empty lighter just to see where we were going. It provided a quick, dim flash, just bright enough to get our bearings. In single file, we worked our way through the underbrush to a narrow brook. There was a fallen log across the stream, so it was easy to cross. On the other side, roughly 100 yards away, was a narrow dirt path that ran perpendicular to and intersected the path. I was third in line, with Frank and Keith in front. As I emerged from the brush, Brian was still making his way across, and Keith yelled that someone was standing there. His voice was shrill and frightened. He and Keith were to my left and facing my direction. I turned to the right, and there was a man standing not 6 feet away. It wasn't a tree. It was a dark, silent, man-shaped blotch that appeared solid, but it was darker than darkness. I could make out a round hat pulled low across his forehead. The figure was silent, unmoving. I stared at it, terrified, and the figure shifted slightly, but it didn't seem like movement. It was more of a subtle change in its actual shape. There was just no perceptible motion. We ran away in a panic, but we were also laughing hysterically. We stopped to catch our breath when we reached the path, and Brian arrived a few seconds behind us. He hadn't seen anything and didn't understand why we ran off. We stood there, panting beneath a streetlight, comparing what we saw. We all agreed on the same thing: a slim, silent man in a hat. Keith also saw the same shift in shape, the one that I saw, and his words gave me goosebumps. The dirt path that we came from was all but obscured by overgrown weeds, so it wasn't a route that people would usually use at night. That's what really made it frightening, to encounter someone silent and motionless in that particular spot. Who was it? Why was he there? Why didn't he speak? Why were they wearing a hat over their eyes in the dark? All of these questions came to mind when I saw him, but they translated into one giant what the fuck. I would guess he was in his 30s or 40s. Did one of the neighborhood residents get annoyed with obnoxious teenagers cutting through his yard? Could someone have silently treaded his way through dense, dark underbrush in order to scare us? If so, that in itself is terrifying. Bravo. I'm still in touch with Frank. We talk about this from time to time. It still gives me the chills. Nearly 40 years later. Many years ago, I lived in an old house where there were several spooky encounters, and this was one of them. I once woke up in the middle of the night to see movement on my right. When I turned my head, I saw the dark silhouette of an arm sticking straight out of the bed. The hand was bent at the wrist, dangling its fingers fanned out and limp, and it was slowly waving back and forth. I assumed it was only my wife. I thought she was dreaming. I watched, somewhat disturbed by the strange behavior and motion. Finally, I reached out to gently grab her arm and wake her up. But to my surprise, I grabbed nothing but air. The silhouette faded away, leaving me confused and frightened. I called out my wife's name. She gave me a groggy reply. I felt around the top of the covers and found both of her arms were completely underneath. It took quite a while to fall back asleep. On another occasion, my wife woke up to see what she thought to be my silhouette sitting next to her. She asked what I was doing, which woke me up. But I was too groggy to respond at first. When she finally heard my voice coming from the pillow, instead of the figure next to her, she was similarly frightened. Quite a few things happened in that house. My team was contacted by a writer who claimed that he was haunted by one of his main characters. The haunting was witnessed by multiple people, including his wife, children, 4 neighbors, and a mailman. The main events were centered around the writer, who we felt had put too much of himself into the character. This is fairly common when someone constantly works on developing a character, be it an actor, writer, or any other person who overly identifies with a fictional character. The unusual part was how his family met Dawn, the character, first, then friends and neighbors, and finally, the mailman. The writer began having conversations with Dawn, and he would help with the book. Dawn provided descriptions of his looks, traits, how he would respond in a given situation, all of which can be easily explained by the writer getting too into the character, losing his personal perspective. It went from unusual to strange when the writer's wife and children began to experience Dawn in real-life situations. The wife met him at a grocery store when he approached her and began flirting. She met him again in a cafe, and he bought her coffee. She told her husband, and he asked the normal questions about how the guy looked, how old he may have been, but upon hearing her answers, he took to his computer and showed her the same information about Dawn. The children were next to meet him. It happened at the park when Dawn bought ice cream for several of the children present. We were able to verify this through the kids and 2 parents who gave him permission to buy their kids ice cream as well. One of the parents even had an extended conversation about current events with him. Out of the blue, the neighbors randomly asked the writer how long Dawn would be visiting. Evidently, Dawn had met them in their yard and accepted their invitation to come over for coffee. He introduced himself as the writer's old college friend, even shared a few stories from their university days, including how the writer used to have a nice car and was a player. The information turned out to be accurate and somewhat embarrassing for the writer. Finally, the mailman told the writer's wife that Dawn had offered him a bottle of water the previous day. That's when the writer called us. We conducted a complete investigation with no results. So we performed a second investigation in the home with the writer present, and that time we got some rather strange results. We all heard Dawn call the writer's name from the computer room. We got anomalous readings on the Mel meter, as well as fluctuations in temperature. At one point, we all smelled clove cigarettes, which is what Dawn smoked in the book, but nothing was conclusive. It continued for several months after we were notified, and we conducted 3 more investigations during that period. We interviewed everyone who reportedly had an experience with Dawn, but everything came back to an abrupt end when the writer killed off Dawn's character out of sheer desperation. In 2013, I moved into a new 3-house complex with my parents. I had a Siberian Husky, the goodest of boys, who spent his nights in the backyard, and my bedroom was above the garage, which was connected to the backyard. On our second night there, my parents were sleeping in their room. I heard my dog barking at 11:30. When he wouldn't stop, I got a little concerned, decided to check things out. He was getting older by then. His behavior wasn't always normal. He was very agitated, and it was a struggle to calm him down, but I eventually got him settled. I then went to wash my hands in the bathroom, and I felt someone touch my right shoulder, and a female voice asked, "Why did you take the dog away?" At first, I thought it was my mom. I told her that he would have kept the neighbors awake if I didn't. But then I realized it couldn't have been her because she was still in bed. And I immediately ran upstairs to confirm both of my parents were in fact asleep. A couple of days later, our neighbor came to introduce themselves. She was clearly distressed. After asking what was going on, she informed us that only 2 days before our arrival, her nanny had committed suicide inside her house. The cherry on top, she was worried that her youngest child would make a comment about still seeing her around the house. I personally believe it was the nanny's restless spirit that spoke to me that day. But it's never happened again. When I was a child, I had 2 separate experiences that may have been supernatural or may have simply been my mind playing tricks on me. However, when I was 18 or 19, I experienced something that was definitely supernatural. On the southern tip of Staten Island, there lies a conference house and its surrounding park. Up until the early 2000s, there was about half a dozen houses on Parks Department grounds. They were vacated, demolished, so that they could make walking trails and such. An ex-girlfriend of mine has lived in one of those houses with her mother and sisters. When I would spend the night, I would share a pull-out bed with her in the living room. However, there was one night where it was particularly hot, so we went upstairs and slept in her sister's bedroom since it was cooler in there, and they wouldn't be home that night. For whatever reason, I couldn't sleep comfortably that night. I would wake up and just look towards the window across the room. Around the 3rd time I woke up, I saw something standing between the bed and the window, nearer to the window. I was told that this house was haunted, and in the 1.5 years since I'd started hanging out there with my ex and her sisters, I'd never seen anything. So this one night, I see standing near the window a silhouette of a human figure. It was just standing there. Even though the room was dark, there was still enough moonlight illuminating the room. Yet what I saw was pitch black. I'm talking as black can be. I definitely was not able to make out any facial distinctions. It was like devoid of anything human. It was really just a black silhouette, and it was terrifying. After staring at this entity for what seemed like forever, or just 3 seconds, I woke up my then girlfriend. I asked if she was seeing what I was seeing, and she did. I asked quickly what we should do. She said that we should go downstairs, to which all I could say was, okay. Luckily, the door to the hallway was about 2 feet away from the bed on her side. After she got up, I quickly followed. instead of getting up on my side, which would have placed me between the foot of the bed and the entity. I rolled across the bed and hurried my way out, never looking back. That was the one and only time I ever experienced anything in that house, but that moment has stayed with me for nearly 20 years. Even though those houses were demolished in the early 2000s, I don't dare walk down that block at night. A month ago, my boyfriend and I were home watching a scary movie, 9 p.m. He has a personal phone as well as one for work. After the movie, I said I was going to start a shower and wait for him to join me. He used his personal phone to call his daughter and then left both phones on the couch. He said he was going to grab some clothes and be right back, but after going into the bedroom, he noticed that his personal phone was no longer on the couch. He'd only been gone for a minute. He looked for it everywhere before finally giving up and getting into the shower. He told me what happened, and I promised to help him find it when we got out. After the shower, we spent another 5 minutes tearing the house apart, but still couldn't find it. We both called it several times, but we couldn't hear it. Eventually, I thought of tracking its location. That's when it showed up, in our neighbor's front yard. He thought I was joking until I showed him the screen. Neither of us had left the house, and both doors were still locked. I actually thought he was pranking me, but he promised he wasn't. I stood in the doorway as he went outside with a flashlight and called his phone again. He looked for a while, and then I watched him dig in our neighbor's bushes, and he pulls out a flashing phone. It had been raining. It was very muddy, yet his phone was completely dry and seemingly untouched. It never rang during that time, only vibrated, but the ringer had been on. We can't explain any of it. An update: strange things have been happening ever since this incident. Stuff has been knocked over in the middle of the night. I hear footsteps when I'm alone, and I see things out of the corner of my eyes. We have light fixtures that you click on and off with a flat button, not switches. My boyfriend and I were sitting on the couch when all of a sudden the dining room lights began turning on and off. They weren't just flickering. We could hear the buttons being clicked rapidly, as if someone were physically pressing them. My boyfriend said that he's never experienced anything like this before I moved in. After reading some comments, I'm beginning to think that some sort of entity might be attached to me. I've had other paranormal experiences before, so it's possible. This happened late on a Saturday night 40 years ago, when I was 10 and living alone with my mom. She'd gone to bed, but I was having trouble falling asleep. My room was dark, but you could still make out shapes. The sliding closet door was normally closed, but it was open that night. I was laying in bed facing the closet door when I saw it. At first, I thought it was my hoodie, but then it floated out of the closet, straight towards me. It was hard to breathe, but I hid beneath the blankets, hoping whatever it was would go away. I waited for what seemed like a long time before finally getting the courage to poke my head out, which was a terrible idea. That thing was still coming closer. It looked like a black cloaked figure. It wasn't very tall, and I couldn't see any hands or feet. It didn't have a face either. It came even closer, so I closed my eyes to pray it away. I was so scared I didn't know what else to do. When I opened my eyes again, it was right by my bed, and I stopped breathing. The figure bent down, getting closer to my face. But then, it retreated toward the closet and vanished. I continued screaming bloody murder until my mom came to check on me. I frantically explained what happened. She didn't believe me. To be fair, who would? Obviously, I didn't sleep anymore that night. The next day, I hung out with my friends and completely forgot about the figure until I was ready for bed again that night. The moment I was back in my dark room, all the fear returned. I watched some TV to try to push it out of my mind, but while laying there, I noticed the closet door was open again. I tried to blow it off. That's when the visitor returned. It floated over me just like the night before. This time, I pulled out a very noisy toy machine gun and opened fire. The entity paused in the middle of the room, and still, looking directly at me, I presume, it proceeded to back up and fade away. I still don't know what it was, but I never saw it again, and that's good enough for me. I'm a 27-year-old male. I live in a small German town. My parents bought their dream home the year after I was born, and we moved into it the following year, 1997. Everything was fine until the late 2000s when a salesman from a grocery store chain tried to buy every house on the street so the store could expand. This was the beginning of an ordeal that lasted for nearly 10 years. It didn't end until my father passed away, and we were forced to sell the house for far less than expected, since Dad left a huge debt in mine and my mother's name. He was mentally ill. Today, my mother said the paperwork is finally done, and the store is going to demolish every house on the street before the month's end. While talking, she mentioned wanting to put a rose in our old house before it's demolished, and I still had a spare key. While inside, I felt a cold breeze and started smelling mothballs, like someone with a bag full of them had just walked by. When I went out back, I stood in the middle of the small courtyard, and something pressed into my shoulder. I wasn't able to physically move or breathe for a moment, and I felt like I was being watched the whole visit. The mothball smell followed me the whole time. Mom said she used to occasionally smell mothballs and feel cold breezes when she still lived in the house. And she thought it was because of all the ghosts. That was the whole reason she wanted to leave a rose. The house was built in around 1628, but was partially burned down in the 1700s. We believe there used to be a connection to the church up the hill, but we were never able to prove it, even though we've seen the original plans. They show a pair of stairs leading down to where the living room used to be. Did I encounter a spirit? Why was I the only one it ever touched? Can anyone tell me? There is a haunted church. The church campus consists of the sanctuary, the office, and an empty, decrepit house where the priests used to live. It was later used as a meeting space until it was condemned. And there was also a cemetery, with the oldest graves being those of War of 1812 soldiers. All of the buildings have stone exteriors. A priest died in that house in the late 1800s. He was old, so nothing nefarious there. But he still haunts the place, which seems odd to me, since he was a priest and obviously believed in heaven, etc. Why stick around? When I first started working there, I was in the office with a member of the congregation. They told me that on several occasions when they left the old house, turned off all the lights, they would turn around and see that the lights had been switched back on inside through the windows. I believe in the paranormal. I've had an experience myself, so I was intrigued. When I left the office that day by myself, I turned off the lights. At the last light switch, I felt almost an electrical buzz through my finger. The office itself is old, so I wouldn't have been surprised if something wasn't grounded right. Didn't think anything unusual about it. I went back to my desk to grab my things and lock the door, and the light switch I'd turned off was on. Keep in mind, this was the same day I found out about the priest. I've been asking him again to show me any sign that he's here, but he's never done anything else in the 4 years I've been working there. But, without asking, I've seen flashes of light in a dark, windowless room. I'm not sure if it was pareidolia, but I saw a man cross in front of my headlights and disappear. He had dark hair, was wearing a white shirt. I once unlocked the deadbolt on the door to the church, and when I went to turn the knob to go inside, something turned it the opposite way in my hand. This was during lockdown, so definitely no one inside. I ran. I've seen motion detector lights outside turn on by themselves, and when I've jumped in front of them, waving my hands, they never come on. I heard this one from my boss, who's a priest. The organist was practicing by themselves in the church when a pencil went flying across the room. My boss also told me that members have said that they've seen the priest looking out of the windows of the house. The decrepit house is supposed to be torn down within the next year or two. I'm not sure how or if that will affect the priest who won't leave. Maybe he finally will. I grew up in a haunted town. When I was younger, I went to an event and I saw a neon blue orb, but it was shaped more like the dog from A Nightmare Before Christmas. I was the only one who noticed it, but it didn't feel strange or out of place. Our house was in a cul-de-sac next to a forest, and when standing at the edge of the woods, you could always hear a creaking noise. It sounded like a screen door opening and closing. Then, as I got older, it sounded more like a swinging noose. I never worked up the courage to look for the source, but it still gives me the creeps when I think about it. Several years later, when I was 17, I was on my way to get my sister from work. She got off at midnight, and there was a cemetery on the road leading to her job. On the sidewalk, there was a barefoot woman with long brown hair, wearing a white gown. It gave me chills, the way she stared at me, so I hurried away. Several months later, at midnight on New Year's Eve, my friends described seeing the exact same woman. I had the same nightmare every night for over 10 years. I was always running down an endless hallway, no visible doors, windows, or lights. And I knew there was something chasing me, so I just kept running. I never got tired either. A couple of months ago, the dream changed. The hallway walls fell down, and the path turned into a treadmill. So I was always running in place. Eventually, I fell down and finally saw what had been chasing me. The figure was at least 7 feet tall, pitch black, but it was also sort of shiny. Its body was very thin but round, its head shaped like a siren. It had 9 arms with 7-inch claws for fingers, and its limbs were much smaller than its torso. I crawled backwards to get away, but it reached out, trying to grab me, and I woke up the moment its claws touched my foot. Then I found a fairly deep cut on my foot, exactly where it touched me. I definitely didn't have a cut there when I went to sleep. I work night shifts at a hotel, and I ended up talking to a nice couple who wanted to explore the property. They hadn't wanted to return to their room yet, and we happened to be discussing the paranormal. It was 2:30 a.m., and I looked behind them to see the exact thing from my nightmare walking onto the hotel property. I accidentally yelled at the sight, which caused the guests to turn their heads right as it was fading away. But they still caught a glimpse. None of us could explain it, so we let the conversation end there. They returned to their room, and I furiously checked the cameras to see if they caught what we saw, but nothing showed up. In 2015, I had a baby, and I think something bad followed us home from the hospital. Either that or something was attached to my ex, because he also moved in around that time. He was a dark person who found demons interesting, and he was going through an addiction, so I wouldn't be surprised if he brought it. Soon after giving birth, I noticed a presence in the bedroom while we were staying at my parents' house. My boyfriend also heard a woman singing in there and thought that it was my grandma's ghost. It was her old room. Then I started having nightmares about a tall, bony woman with long, stringy hair. I strongly felt her presence in that room, and I'd see her the moment I closed my eyes. Before the baby, the room felt totally normal, but I became so frightened of it that I began avoiding it entirely until bedtime. Every time I opened the door, I expected to see her. I felt crazy, so I didn't tell anyone. But then, my ex woke up with scratches all over his chest and back after a nightmare about a demonic woman. He described the exact same figure I was dreaming about. The only choice was to continue avoiding the room during the day and dealing with the creepy feelings at night. But after the relationship ended, the nightmares subsided. One night, I stayed up all night cleaning and reorganizing the living room while my daughter and my parents were asleep upstairs. At 3 a.m., I heard a woman singing in the bedroom. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. I thought it was Mom, but she was asleep, and my daughter had no toys that sang that. We moved out a few years later, and there were no more encounters. I mostly forgot about the scary woman until last year. I had a dream about her. My husband was away on business, so my daughter slept with me. In the dream, I was laying with her exactly the same way, except we were in the bedroom from my parents' house. I was facing the closet, and the lady was standing there, just looking at us. Then I fell asleep in the dream, only to wake up in another, where I became semi-lucid. I knew I was dreaming, but something felt off, and I was uncomfortable. I shouted, "I want to wake up." But I only woke up in that room again, and the woman was still standing there, staring at my daughter. And that's when I actually woke up to my daughter crying and shaking me, asking, "Is she real?" My stomach dropped. I asked, "Is who real?" To which she eventually replied, "The lady in the bedroom at Mimi's house." Now, I'm wide awake and terrified. I asked what the lady looked like. She described the same one, except she said the woman had wheels instead of legs. I asked if she'd ever seen that lady at Mimi's house before, but she didn't know, because she wasn't sure if those instances were dreams or reality. My daughter scares easily, so I said I didn't think the woman was real. I feel like it would be best for her to forget. Thankfully, we haven't had any more dreams since. As a child, I would stay at my grandfather's house while my mother was out running errands. I usually wasn't afraid of his house unless it was late at night, but when I was 4, something happened during the day. My aunt was living there at the time, but she had left early one morning before my grandfather or I woke up. Later, my grandfather left to run some errands thinking that she was still upstairs. When I finally woke up, I called out to him. And after a few minutes, I began to panic and ran upstairs to find my aunt. That's when I saw a tall, pitch-black figure standing directly in front of her closed door. It was like a 3-dimensional humanoid shadow. It had no features and stood completely motionless. I began creeping towards it, but when I got close, I chickened out and ran back downstairs, panicking with tears in my eyes. I guess human nature kicked in and told me not to get within arm's length of something I didn't understand. My mother realized I was alone after speaking to both my aunt and grandfather, so she sped over to pick me up. I was more afraid of being in trouble for wetting the bed than I was of the shadow man upstairs. Once we were in the car, Mom asked if I went upstairs to look for my aunt. I said yes, and that a man had been standing at her door. Imagine randomly hearing that from your kid. I'm an adult now, and my mother says that when she was younger, she woke up to see 2 men talking in that hallway, but couldn't make out what they were saying. She screamed to wake up her dad, but when she turned back towards the hall, they were gone. My grandfather's house is pretty old. I think there's at least one spirit haunting his house. I haven't experienced anything else other than seeing a shadow that looked like my dog running towards my bed. But I'll never forget that tall, featureless figure. I saw a lot of scary things as a child, and the worst happened in my bedroom when I was 12. You can be skeptical, but I know what I saw. I woke up at 2, rolled over to face my door. Someone was crouched in the corner, next to the bookshelf, and I was suddenly wide awake. I could tell it was a woman, long, dark hair, so I called out, thinking it was my sister, but she didn't respond. I kept saying I could see her, and to grab what she needed so she could go back to bed. Finally, she began to stand up, very slowly. I still couldn't see her face, just the hair and a white dress. But that's when I saw she was way too tall to be my little sister. I called out to my mom next, but still didn't get a response. I began shaking, crying, screaming at the top of my lungs. I backed into the corner, and she slowly shuffled out of my room, sideways, without even taking her eyes off of me. I told my dad someone might be in the house. My whole family woke up in a panic. We did a thorough search and found nothing. But I still didn't sleep the rest of the night. I don't think anyone believes me, but I'll never forget this experience. It was truly horrifying. Thankfully, I haven't had any other experiences like this. I'm an 18-year-old female. My mother-in-law is 39. One afternoon, we had a terrifying paranormal experience while her fiancé and mine were both at work. After laying my 2-year-old down for a nap, I went to my mother-in-law's room for a chat. She was sitting on the bed, and I was leaning against her closet with one foot on the bed. As the conversation went on, we both suddenly went still and quiet. It sounded like someone was moving inside the closet, and there was a knock on the door. My mother-in-law shot up, told me to keep holding the door shut while she retrieved a hammer and some nails. Then, she nailed the door shut, shoved a chair under the knob. Afterward, I looked under the door, and I saw that items inside the closet had been moved, and then I saw shadows. We called a neighbor to see when she would be home so that I could stay with my daughter. My mother-in-law and I tried to spend the hour's wait in the living room, but 5 minutes later, we heard someone ramming into the closet door, like they were trying to escape. We quickly picked up my daughter and ran next door while my mother-in-law called the police. Less than 10 minutes later, 4 cruisers arrived. 2 cops entered through the back door, while others went through the front. Roughly 15 minutes later, all the cops came out and said that they heard the same noises before they even entered the room. But when they opened the closet, no one was inside. He was positive we had a haunting. Suggested we should get a priest instead. I apologized for wasting their time, but they said it was better to be safe than sorry. They had also thought someone was inside when they heard the noises. At least I know we didn't just imagine it. But what do you think? Could it have been a ghost? What other explanation is there? My mom's side of the family lived in another town about 7 hours away. We would visit from time to time. My aunt's houses were always haunted. Strange things would always happen, and ghosts were seen a lot. Well, this time she lived at a ranch in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town. When I was around 8 or 9 years old, my mom's mom passed away. We went to stay at my aunt's house to visit and later to go to the funeral. While we were visiting the first night, my older brother and cousins stayed up in the kitchen cooking and talking. My mom, dad, and I were in the far bedroom down the hall from the kitchen. I was watching TV and my parents were falling asleep. My brother called me into the kitchen, asked if I wanted a corn on the cob. I said no, and he asked to ask my mom if she wanted one. I walked back into the room and asked my mom. She said no. I went back into the hallway, told my brother, no, she didn't want corn. But he just stared at me with huge eyes wide open and said, okay. I didn't think much of it, just that it was weird how he looked at me. The next day, me and my brother drove to town to get something to eat. That's when he told me, when I asked my mom if she wanted corn. He said he saw a woman standing behind me, that she followed me into the room. He thought it was my mom at first, but the woman just vanished. I told him Mom and Dad were laying in bed when that happened. That's why he was looking at me weird, but didn't want to tell me that night because I would be scared. We ended up getting a hotel the next night, and we didn't stay at my aunt's again. My brother was too freaked out. I've had lots of paranormal experiences at my own childhood home as well. I'll post more in the future. I believe in the paranormal to some extent, and it does scare me, but I usually get over it quickly. I've had a couple of experiences in the past, but this one, it's just plain weird. A couple of hours ago, I was in my room drawing on my new tablet. My little sister came in and said that a cat was meowing loudly in the backyard. We see a lot of strays around, so that wasn't unusual, but most of the cats are fully grown and don't meow. My sister and I went into the kitchen, looked through the sliding glass door, but we didn't see anything. I returned to drawing, and a couple of minutes later, my sister was back. She said the cat was meowing again, so I agreed to take another look, but still, there was nothing. Most of the cats we see are white and easy to spot in the dark, but we also have a light in the backyard, and so do our neighbors. It wouldn't be hard to see a cat if it was there. This time, I sat on one of the kitchen chairs, and I waited with my sister for almost 10 minutes, but nothing happened, so we left. I was drawing in my room, and about 10 minutes ago, I suddenly heard meowing. It sort of sounded like a cat, but it also didn't. It was definitely how a cat meows, but the tone was deep and just altogether strange. My body became tense. I started sweating a little. My room, it's on the opposite side of the house. I shouldn't be able to hear a cat in the backyard. What really got me was how the meowing seemed to come from directly behind me. It only lasted for about 30 seconds, and I didn't have the courage to turn around until it had stopped. Now, I'm laying in bed, hearing strange noises in every direction. Update. My closet doors are crooked. The bottom closes tight while leaving a small crack at the top. The gap was on the right side, but it somehow switched to the left. I certainly didn't move it, and nobody else has entered my room since my sister, who was never near the closet. This happened while my parents were vacationing in Southwest America. They got some food and started talking to a local who said that there was a box canyon on the way to their next stop. A box canyon is characterized by being narrow, having high vertical walls and a flat bottom. My mom makes it sound like he described it with an almost spiritual reverence, saying that it was incredibly beautiful, had superb acoustics, and he loved taking his guitar out there. My folks like doing stuff off the beaten path, so they decided to go. The canyon was isolated, and there were no buildings for miles. By the time they parked and made it to the canyon's entrance, the sun was just starting to set. They thought that they were the only ones there. They didn't see any other parked cars as they made their way into the canyon. Both of my parents started to feel a touch uneasy, but they blamed the fact that it was getting dark and the canyon walls were pressing close together. They kept going until they heard the noise. They both describe it differently. Dad says it sounded like a person, possibly a man, saying a low single word that he didn't understand. My mom says that it didn't sound like a word of any kind to her, just a strange, deep noise that rang out from somewhere nearby. It was accompanied by a brief, intense flash of pale light, just a few feet from where they stood. Neither of them knew what it was, but it lingered in the air for a moment before fading away. They were immediately filled with dread and a desperate need to leave the canyon. They hurried back to their car, and as they exited the dark canyon, Mom felt certain something was chasing them. Thankfully, they were able to get away, but Mom said she didn't feel safe until they had driven for a while. She couldn't get rid of the feeling that they were being pursued. When they eventually spoke of it, they weren't able to make any real sense of what happened. Okay, so I'm going to relate an experience I had when I was young that ended up making an impact on my entire life. I've never posted about it anywhere and haven't really talked to a lot of people about it. I really want to hear what people think about this. When I was 2, my mom married and we moved into a house on the edge of a small bush in a small town. Today, even just thinking about this house gives me the creeps. Last summer, I took my fiancé there, and as soon as we left, he told me how creepy he felt the house was, and that whole part of town was. I was a pretty quiet kid, enjoyed playing alone in my room. Around this time, I developed what my mom called an invisible friend. I named him Casper, and she said that he was a little boy that lived in the walls and in the closet. My mom would hear me talking to him a lot over the years. When I was 5, I saw something that scared the shit out of me. I was with my mom in the basement, which was semi-finished. There was a sort of sitting room, along with Bob's workshop, some storage rooms, and my parents' bedroom. My mom sent me into the bedroom for something. The light was off. I remember entering the doorway, reaching for the light switch, when I saw something standing on the other side of the bed. It looked to be about 7, 8 feet tall, and draped with cloth or wearing a hood, semi-transparent and smoky white, but it felt incredibly ominous. Of course, I completely lost it. I ran to my mom, screaming that there was something bad in the bedroom. She held me while I cried, tried to tell me it was probably just the dog. I refused to ever go into the basement again. After that came the night terrors. I was absolutely terrified at night, like scared out of my wits. I would curl up into a ball and pull the covers over my head. No matter how much pain I was in, or if I couldn't breathe, I was too scared to move an inch. When I did sleep, I would wake up screaming. I remember after this had gone on for a few months, my mom sitting on the edge of my bed, crying from stress, because I refused to let her leave and turn the lights out and refused to sleep. My mom split with Bob when I was around 7, and we moved out. For the next few years, I'd have to go back to the house twice a month for visitations. I always had a really hard time getting to sleep. I still refused to go into the basement. Now, 25 years old, I am still scared of the dark, and I still have night terrors. Looking back on this incident, it still gives me chills. A little more background, which is interesting, but may not be of importance. Bob and his father, they're high members of the Freemasons, have a super creepy vibe about them. Bob, especially, is just weird. He was also both verbally and physically abusive to my mom, and later, to me. Any idea what I saw? Why it had such a huge impact on me? I still get the creeps thinking about it. I haven't been in that house for years, though Bob still lives there. But being in the forest, in that area, still freaks me out so much. It feels like I'm watching a horror movie. Anyone else ever encounter anything like this? Sorry if it's a bit long. Just wanted to include everything. The title pretty much sums it up. Maybe haunted. For some background, our neighborhood is full of houses built in the 80s. They're not that old, but old enough for some to look abandoned. We don't live in the suburbs or anything. It's a very small neighborhood on top of a low hill, right next to a small forest. We live very close to each other, so late-night parties are a no-no around here. You've got the picture now, so I'll get on with it. I've only moved once, but it was at a very young age. Our old house is right next door. Because I was so young, I'm not sure if there was any occurrences before the move or not. However, I remember a bunch while I've been living here. Just gonna start with the more regular, common ones. Only at night, I hear footsteps on the roof. They're very clear, quick footsteps, almost as if someone or something is running on the roof. My room is on the 2nd floor, so the roof is right above me. I decided to ask my father about this once, and my sister chimed in, saying she hears it too. I guess he didn't really have an explanation, since he didn't even respond to my question in any way other than a chuckle. Another common thing is door handles and doors being constantly flung open and shut, up and down. I distinctively remember that our parents' room's door flung open, not a slow, creaky sound, a swing. The only people in the house were me and my sister. The dogs were with my dad's wife. Sometimes our things would be misplaced, even completely missing. Maybe that's just our minds playing tricks, but it was way too frequent. Here's the interesting part, I guess. Maybe not as interesting as you expect. It was some months ago, somewhere during October. I was home alone, which isn't that unusual for me. Parents at work, sisters at practice. The house isn't exactly new, so it makes those creepy sounds you'd hate at night. Well, it was just those sounds that made me walk out of my room. The stairs led straight to the front door, so I could see from upstairs that it was open. I yelled out for my dad or his wife, even my sister. No answer. I yelled again. Still silence. Annoyed, I make my way down the stairs, only to be shocked by the fact that nobody was in the driveway. I instantly slammed the door shut and began panicking. Was there an intruder inside? A murderer? Maybe some random homeless person. Well, the first thing my brain told me to do was run back up to my room, stay there until someone got home. I waited there, scared out of my mind that someone would be in the house. When my dad's wife came home, only 10 minutes later, I told her about it right away. She grabbed a long kitchen knife and started searching the house. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We checked everywhere. Just you name it. The closets, attic, even the chimney. Nothing. I was frantically sobbing the entire search. Up to this day, everyone swears that they locked the door after themselves. I knew they did, because I always checked after they leave. Another incident which happened way back, somewhere in the winter. As per usual, the running sound on the roof was happening again. At this point, we'd been living in the house for almost a year. I got sick of it this time, went downstairs to sleep in my parents' room. I still heard it. It just wasn't as loud. Strangely enough, it wasn't on the roof anymore. The sound was slowly making its way down to the side of the house. I freaked out, and I saw my parents doing so too. They tried to calm me down as my dad went outside to check what it might be. I fell asleep before he came back, so I'm not really sure what happened. I've tried asking him, but he won't tell me anything. I still wonder what happened that night. I'd tell you more, but right now I'm just way too tired. I know some of this might sound like some sort of silly nightmare or things I've been imagining, but we've all heard it. If anyone has an explanation for any of this, please help me out. Have I invited some sort of spirit in? Is it a demon? Or is it something completely different? I don't know. I really just wanted to get this off my chest. You know how sometimes the day just gets away from you? Time passes like both molasses and the speed of light. There's times where so many things happen in a day, it's hard to remember any of it outside of a chaotic blur. Even if I think I have stored something away in the remember to tell someone about this bank, a slew of meetings, several phone calls later, I've lost it. Many a story is likely lost this way. I'm only saying this because I just came to that epiphany when I remembered something crazy weird that happened to me yesterday. I'd even forgot to tell my wife about it because I'd gathered too many other stories about my day that took up the conversation. Yesterday, I'm standing in the elevator alone at work. It's the middle of the day. I felt an ice-cold hand grasp around my wrist. It wasn't like a scary grasp. Almost like a child was grabbing my arm and then quickly pulled away. When I felt it, I didn't think to recoil away. My first thought was, there's definitely nobody else in this elevator with me. That was weird. I didn't even bother turning around. Just accepted what had happened as a bit creepy. Then I got off on my floor and went straight to my desk. And that was that. Does this story bring up any, oh yeah, I forgot that happened, little repressions for anyone else? Or is it just me? I have no idea what stretch of highway it actually is, but about 3 or 4 years ago, just before the pandemic, My boyfriend and I were driving back to Portland from Reno. It was probably around sunset, so not even fully dark, not fully light either. We turned around a bend in the road, and we saw, coming head-on, a semi-truck. It looked like it was in our lane. It looked real. Completely caught off guard and terrified, my boyfriend swerves into the other lane, which would be otherwise oncoming traffic, to avoid this semi-truck. Before he can even fully make it into the other lane and we get closer, it just disappears. There was no sound, no wind. Everything other than us now being on the other side of the road was normal. My boyfriend quickly corrected himself to get to the right side of the road. I turn my head. He looks in the rear view. Nothing. No truck. No anyone. So I live in a little farming community in Virginia. Nothing out here but cotton and peanuts and, well, apparently ghosts. I know that there was at least 2 in the store, but now apparently only 1. Number 1, he or she likes to knock things over, especially when we're talking about him or her. Him or her also likes to appear as an orb in the security cameras. Number 2, the one I'm fairly sure isn't there anymore, was a kind of, what's the word? Can't think of it, a spirit stuck in a cycle, so to speak. It was a dude in a black hoodie. Now I could easily say that it was just a trick of my eyes, were it not for the fact that I saw him over and over and over, or occasionally mistook him for a customer or one of the 2 men that I work with. The first time I realized I was seeing a ghost was when I saw this man walk from the Coke window to the beer window. I thought it was my coworker James fronting the cooler windows, only for James to then walk inside as he'd been walking the trash to the dumpster. I got kind of a cold pit in my stomach when I realized the person I saw wasn't technically there. A few times I was shocked that a customer had managed to get in the store without the doorbell ringing, saying hello as is required by the company, only to check security cameras beside my register and realize the floor was completely empty. So I began to be more cognizant of what I was seeing. The pattern happens like this. The man starts at the sodas, walks to the single beer window, then disappears. I started talking to him because I'm mouthy. You can't drink beer anymore, man. You're dead. You can think I'm crazy if you want, but my other coworker Sam has seen him too. I guess I saw him about 15-20 times in total, but one day I saw him do something different. Instead of walking from the soda to the beer, he started at the beer window and started walking down the candy aisle towards the register, then disappeared. After that, I've never seen him again. So personally, I hope this means that bro finally found his way out of the store. Rest in peace, my dear beer-drinking friend. I'm a 28-year-old male, but this happened when I was just 15. I loved smoking weed back then, so I was basically smoking with my friends every day. I grew up in the UK, and my town was pretty big, with a population of nearly 100,000. The place I lived was like an estate full of houses. I had a best friend at the time who lived about a 20 to 25-minute walk from my house, but in order to get there, you had to walk through a wooded area that led to a big lake that you could walk around to get near his house. So one day, randomly, I was out with my friend who I just mentioned, plus many others, when we noticed a lot of police presence in the area, near the woods. Plus, there was a police helicopter in the air. Being curious, we followed the police to the woodlands that separated our houses. We went through the woods to the lake where the police and ambulance workers were, along with many bystanders at this point. We got there and started asking people we knew what happened. We were told that a young boy around the age of 7 had drowned in the lake, near the path where everyone was gathering. Over the next couple of days, police were trawling the lake, looking for the child. They knew he was there because his friend had ran for help when he fell in and couldn't get out. 2 or 3 days after he slipped in, the authorities found the young boy's body, which was big news in my town. No later than 24 hours after the boy was found, the local council installed a black metal bench on the footpath near where he had died, with a little plaque commemorating his life. Okay, so that very next day, I was out with my friend over near where I lived. We were getting high with a bunch of other friends that we knew. By the time we were done getting high, we decided to go back to his house to sleep, because my mom would have gone crazy over the fact that we were high. We started to walk back to his house at around 11 p.m. It was really dark out. We passed my house and eventually got to the woods. We walked through the woods and got to the start of the lake. We started walking down the side of the lake, down the path towards where the kid had drowned and the bench was. We were just talking nonsense as high teens did, when I noticed that there was a man sitting on the bench. Now, I was a little bit freaked out by this, but I didn't say anything yet. It was 11 p.m. near the woods in the dark. It was creepy, but when I got a little closer, I noticed that I could see what the man was wearing. He was dressed as a priest. You know, black jacket, white collar. Upon seeing the priest, I sighed some relief because I just presumed he was praying or something. Most likely for the kid that had drowned in that spot 4 days earlier. So after noticing this priest, I just watched him sit there as I got closer and closer. I didn't say anything to my friend who was right next to me, but we collectively stopped talking once we noticed the man. As we got closer, it was more obvious that he was a priest. And then, once we got within 5 meters, he was gone. I felt like I blinked and he just disappeared. When we were walking past the actual bench where I'd seen him, there was nobody there. But if he was to have just gotten up and walked away, I'd have seen him. It's a one-way track. After I got to the bench, I turned to my friend, who was just as confused and spooked as I was. I asked him if he'd just seen that man that sat on the bench. I didn't want to say what type of man because the way he was dressed was very obvious as to what type of man he was. But as I asked him, "Did you see that man that sat on the bench?" He said, "Yeah, the guy dressed like a priest." When I tell you my heart sunk, I can't explain that feeling or that situation to this day. What gets me is I purposely asked my friend if he'd seen the man. He corrected me by saying the priest. If it was a person, they'd have to get up and walk away from us in a straight line down the path, which we'd have seen, or they'd have to walk past us. I was holidaying in Mazatlan, Mexico. I'd been sick and stuck in the hotel as soon as we got there. I finally felt well enough to go to the beach with my husband. He had heard all the cautions about the beach, which I had missed. Apparently, there was a bit of a riptide, and I don't really swim. I got on a paddleboard and was splashing around. I realized I was too far, slipped off the paddleboard, couldn't find the bottom, and started to panic. Then there was a voice and a pair of hands. "Here, let me give you a hand." I was lifted up, and then the voice, "Let's just fix this first." My swimsuit was adjusted, and then I was placed back on the board and pushed towards shore. I got to my feet, turned around to say thank you, and no one was around for yards. I stumbled up the beach, found my husband, who hadn't been watching, asked if he'd seen anyone near me. He and the others near him said that there had been no one around me. I thanked my guardian angel. This story may be hard to believe, especially since I don't have the photo at hand, but I promise I'm telling the truth. When I was a kid, I went on a church service trip to New Orleans. Our aim was to help clean up remaining damages from when Katrina hit. About midway into our trip, we helped remove brush and debris from some old plot of land so that a playground could be built. We were all ecstatic because the day was incredibly productive, and we really believed that the spiritual forces of good, godliness, were at work through us. That night, we visited Bourbon Street to have dinner, listen to some live music, and celebrate the work that had been done. At some point, one of the church leaders was taking pictures and pointed her camera to the sky, facing a distant casino. The sky was clear, no clouds. She snapped a photo, and when the screen displayed her photo, there was a silver-looking face, smiling heinously, while clasping his hands, protecting the casino. His face seemed metallic, with many wrinkles. If you can imagine the Heath Ledger Joker, but without eyes, a huge mouth, no teeth, and many wrinkles. Like fabric being pulled in multiple directions. That's what it looked like. It had wet-looking orange hair that draped about midway down its face. Its nose was half missing. The entire group went hysterical when they all looked at the photo, and the rest of the night, we were disturbed. The joy that we had felt all day instantly went away. Few of us slept. I had a variety of hallucinations in the dark, of demons falling into me. I didn't get any sleep. There were a few girls in the room next to me who I could hear crying in terror about what had just taken place. I say all of this to illustrate how the incident felt like a direct, successful attempt to hijack our spirits of positive energy. One person in the group tried to come up with multiple natural explanations for the incident, but the leader who took the photo always had new details to explain how there wasn't a natural explanation for what had taken place. This incident alone has been enough to keep my agnostic ass alert and aware of all possibilities. When I was really young, I used to see things that weren't there, quote unquote. Now, before you recommend a psychiatrist or anything like that, know that I've already had my fair share of testing. I'm sound of mind, and kind of most importantly, what I know I saw and experienced as a child, I haven't experienced anything like it since. It was always the same two individuals I'd see, as well as a dog. Well, half a dog anyway. Not as creepy as it sounds. There was a man. At first he was really just a shadow. I assumed he was a man because he towered over the other, and when he was around, it felt a lot like when my grandpa was around. A jolly, older spirit, for sure. I only ever saw him as a shadow man, but call it imagination or keen sense, I knew what he looked like. I knew that he was an old man that wore one of those hats that you'd see golfers wear sometimes, round and flat. He wore a sweater and had a long beard just like my grandpa. He wasn't mine, though. In fact, I think he was the grandfather of the other spirit I would see. When I would see them together, it was joyous and familial. The girl always seemed to be in or around my room, whereas Grandpa Spirit liked to hang out in the common areas, even outside sometimes. I didn't and don't know who these two really were, but I like to believe that they were something to each other. The younger spirit, again, I think she may have only been a shadow at first, like in reality, but in my mind I knew that she was about my age, a little younger. She had blonde hair, brown eyes, wore a light-colored pink or purple dress with white stockings. She liked when I would play with my dollhouse, and even when I wasn't playing with it, I would see her sitting with my dollhouse, one of those Fisher-Price ones. She was there, sometimes in the day, sometimes in the night, but I sensed that I always sort of felt their presence, if that makes sense. Okay, lastly, the half-dog. I say that because it always seemed to be rounding a corner. You could never really ever see more than its back hind legs or just the backside in general. I would chase it sometimes, but not once did I ever find anything around the corner. As a child, I remember thinking, silly boy. I guess where it all got a tad frightening for me was when my mother got uncomfortable, especially when I was asking her about the shadow people, the ones that lived in our house. She wasn't fond of me asking about the puppy either. Her uneasiness made me wary of my friends, but not really. It's where I think that kids have a sort of sixth sense. I continued seeing these friends or spirits until about the 4th grade. We moved out of that house a year later, but I remember thinking for a good time before that, I wonder where they went. I don't share these stories because I found these spirits harmful or scary, but because I genuinely want to know if others have had experiences like these, maybe specifically when you were a child. The night that changed everything for me began like any other night. I was visiting my grandparents and sleeping in my grandmother's bed, as I always did. However, something strange and frightening happened that I couldn't explain. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling a strange tickling sensation on the back of my neck. I tried to swat away whatever was bothering me, but the feeling persisted. That's when I turned around and saw it. A pale, human hand with long, sharp black nails. It was attached to a figure wearing a monk's robe, and everything beyond the hand was just an unnatural blackness. As I watched, the hand reached out and touched me, and a voice whispered in a calm but dark tone, "Follow me. Where we will go, it is beautiful." Despite feeling scared, I somehow remained calm and replied, "No, I don't want to." But the figure was persistent, responded with a more forceful voice, "Believe me, you want to come with me." And that's when I screamed, turned to my grandmother, who was dazed and claimed that I was dreaming. But the encounters didn't stop there. On another occasion, I was in bed. My mom had just left the room with the light still on. When I turned back to the door, I saw a figure made out of pure blackness, with bright green glowing eyes. I called out to my grandmother, but there was no answer. I turned away and back, but the figure was still there. And then suddenly, it was gone. It wasn't until 12 years later that I would hear a similar story from my stepfather. He told me that he had been up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom when a shadowy figure with glowing green eyes had touched him. He even had a red handprint on his shoulder as proof. He had no knowledge of my experiences, which made it more eerie. To this day, I still don't know what I encountered and why, but I do know that those experiences left an indelible mark on me, and I'll never forget them. When I was around 10 years old, my cousins and I used to spend time at our grandfather's house. We would play at scaring each other in his dark room. The last person to leave would win the game. One August day, after we had just started playing, I saw a figure in a black cloak walk right by me before disappearing into thin air. I was obsessed with ghosts, so we tried to communicate with the entity. I told the others that everyone needed to wait outside, except for myself and one other person to serve as a witness. The others were only supposed to come in and turn on the lights when they heard me say the word lamp. Once they were gone, I held out my hand and I asked the entity to hold it. After a few seconds, I felt something long and sharp touch my thumb. I panicked, started repeating lamp, until the others came in and turned on the lights. My 6-year-old cousin, who had stayed in the room, was sitting on the bed, trembling. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he saw a figure with very long nails holding my hand. Apparently, something from another world touched me. I was so scared that I've never tried to communicate with it again. In first grade, I remember a set of twins named Anna and Emma that I would play with often. My neighborhood didn't have many kids, so they really were the only friends I played with outside of my school. Anna and Emma also never went to my school. In fact, I'm not sure they went to school at all. Here's the thing. I have memories of real girls when I think back to our experiences together as a child. We were always alone. I don't remember us using our voices, but we definitely spoke, almost telepathically, especially them to me. My mom remembers me having imaginary friends and claims that when she acknowledged the girls, 98% of the time it was just to appease my imagination. And the other 2% of the time is why I feel like this story is worthy of sharing. Our house was a split-level house. You walk inside the front door and you either go up the stairs to the kitchen, living room, bathroom, or downstairs to the above-ground basement, bonus room, and extra bathroom. On a very cold winter day, I ran my butt from the snowy outside through the front door. I had to pee so bad, I refused to go to the cold basement bathroom, so I ran up the stairs, unknowingly tracking snow up the stairs. After using the bathroom, I realized I'd dropped my backpack at the door when I'd flown inside. I had to grab it. I heard my mom faintly from downstairs say, "What is it?" in an almost worried tone. I hadn't said anything. Before hitting the steps officially, I hear her once more. "Oh, hello. What's your name, girls?" "You're friends of Jenny's, yeah?" I start down the stairs, and as I do, I look over towards the second set of stairs. It's Anna and Emma. Well, it's the tops of their heads anyway. I pick up my pace. They disappear. They do that sometimes. I hear my mom gasp, but before I can figure out why, water beneath my foot sends me flying down the stairs. Trying to correct myself, I make it 100 times worse, and now I'm flying face first. Before any of that really registers, I'm captured by my mom, almost mid-air. She sort of flies back into the wall with me in her arms. I know it had to have hurt her because she practically took the entire impact of the fall that I'd taken. A fall that was surely going to put me on my face on the cold concrete floor had my mom not been there. I was super scared. I remember almost crying, but my mom was making sure I was okay, then laughing and almost crying, then laughing, so I laughed too. After the shock, just before bed that night, we talked about it. My mom asked if I remembered calling out to her before I fell. I told her that I didn't, but I heard her talking. She gave me a small smile and followed it up with something about if I saw my friends today on the stairs. I told her yes, Anna and Emma. They were there for a moment and then they disappeared. That look on her face is one I won't forget. I've never seen it again. It was like she was using every muscle in her face to show an expression of ease, but she was uneasy. Her smile couldn't quite hold right. I got the feeling that she was afraid of my friends. Later in life, I learned she wasn't afraid at all. She was incredibly grateful. She didn't think the girls tried to harm me. She's convinced they were there to save me, which maybe makes more sense. I never felt anything bad from these girls. They were, by all accounts, some of my best friends for over a year. I never learned anything more about them. No idea who the previous owners of our house were, or if two girls by those names ever existed there. Oddly enough, for how much time we spent together, I don't remember the last time I saw them, or how we ever actually came about saying goodbye. Sometimes I wonder if they're still with me. I love walking in the woods, but some strange things have happened in the woods. Have you had anything weird happen to you? This is one of the strangest things that's happened to me. It was a beautiful day for a hike in the woods, so I grabbed my backpack and set out on the trail. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the leaves rustled gently in the breeze. As I walked deeper into the forest, I noticed that the sounds of nature had grown quieter. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That's when I saw her. a woman dressed in white, standing at the edge of a clearing. She looked like she was from another time, with a long, flowing dress and a ribbon tied around her waist. At first, I thought she might be lost or in trouble, so I approached her cautiously. But as I got closer, she vanished into thin air, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves behind. I was shaken, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to follow her. So I continued on the trail, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached the clearing where I'd seen the woman, I heard the faint sound of music. It was a haunting melody, played on a violin. I stepped into the clearing and I saw her again, the woman in white, dancing to the music of an unseen player. She twirled and spun, her dress billowing in the breeze. But then, as suddenly as before, she vanished again, leaving me alone in the clearing. I left the woods that day feeling haunted by the memory of the ghostly woman in white. I never saw her again, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched by something not quite of this world. So this happened maybe 2 years ago. But one time, my older sister and I were sharing a room while living with some family members. One night, I was trying to sleep while my sister was on her phone. As I was trying to sleep, I kept hearing seagulls, and I kept thinking, oh my God, why won't she change the TikTok? Finally, I was upset to the point that I sat up, told her to turn it down. She looks at me with wide eyes and says, I thought that was you. My eyes go wide, and I thought, what the fuck? Well, Sis texted one of our guardians because their room was across from ours. Then my sister and I walked into the hallway to talk to said guardian. I was ahead of Sis and realized, wait, that's coming from the end of the hall, in the bathroom. I told Sis, then started to walk that way. When I got close to the bathroom, I felt this surge of panic. So I quickly turned around, bumped into my sis, and we both ran back to our room. Well, one of our guardians came and checked on what we were doing because we were loud. Then we told them what happened, and one of our brothers came down to see what the seagull noise was. Turns out it was a toy my littlest brother had, but the only way to turn it on was to push a button. We were too scared to go in there, to turn it off. Well, thankfully, one of the grown-ups did. But then later in the night, it went off again. Then the next day, when my sis and brother were home alone, it went off again. Finally, my brother put it outside in the snow. This was only one of many paranormal experiences I've had. So I used to live in a small town in rural Canada. There was this old folks' home for the mentally unwell that was closed a long time before I moved there. During the day, people would go to the property and hang out in the well-kept grass and trees. The town still took care of the surrounding grounds for this specific reason. The actual building was locked up, but teenagers would break into the building to basically scare themselves, myself included on a few occasions, usually with 5 or so people. A little bit drunk or a little high, but even stone cold sober, it was lots of fun, probably due to feeling somewhat safe in numbers. And literally nothing actually happened that couldn't be easily explained with logic, noises, papers shifting, etc. Inevitably, the large group of teens that we would make too much noise, and the cops would get called. One night, me and my best friend, whom is a serious skeptic, decided to break or get into one of the parts of the building that no one had gotten into before. This time, just the two of us, because the more people you bring, the more likely the police are to show up, mainly due to a disturbance being called in by someone living across the property. We've had to book it from cops before, and we didn't want to tonight, especially if we were going to find a place that no one had ever been before, where we didn't know the exits. To get an idea of what it looked like, 5 stories tall, with the 4th and 5th stories making a slight tower jutting from the middle. Old brick in the front. Modern cement blocks that were painted over, like in schools. At the back, that's where you could tell that stuff was added in later years. The newer parts of the building had been broken into by kids a lot, but the main building had thick metal doors, and the windows that might be able to be opened were on the 3rd story. The whole thing looked like an old school, church, asylum, all cobbled together. There were other little structures around the main building, pool house, gymnasium, all ransacked by us idiots. Not the main floor of the old building, though. We climbed on the roof of the boiler room at the back of the building. We did this by piling up furniture debris we found in one of the ransacked storage buildings behind the main building. We pulled off one of the plywood covers nailed over a hole in the roof for a skylight or a missing vent, not sure. That led into the boiler room. We used the pipes along the ceiling and walls to climb down. This part of the building still looked semi-modern. You could tell that it was added closer to when it had closed. There was an exit that only opened from the inside, so at least leaving would be easy if needed. Me and my buddy are pumped at this point. The pipes made it easy to get down, and everything was going good as it could. We make our way to the back of the room. We find the door leading to the untouched main floor of the building. We're half expecting the door to be locked like all of the other thick metal ones. But it opened with a real achy creak, loud against the silence. The door opened to the middle of a hallway, leading left or right. First thing we noticed, dust everywhere. It had made a 1/4 inch of film on everything. We both went right, as it led into an interesting-looking main area with sheet-covered furniture. We used our phone screens as light, took a couple of steps into the main room, and it hit me like a train. I'll try my best to phrase this understandably. All of a sudden, I feel sick. Not throw-up sick, but I'm gonna die sick. Like my brain said, run, leave, escape, now. I started shaking for no reason. It was so jarring. If I had to compare it to something, it felt like someone was right behind me with the intent to end me. It was weird because of how sudden it was, like a switch went off. I was excited and positive right up until that point, and then I was convinced we were about to get jumped or murdered. I looked at my buddy, and his face had the same expression of what I felt. Genuinely terrified, white as a ghost. I think that might have scared me even more, honestly, because I've never seen him like that. Neither of us saw anything at this point. No ghost, no distinct noises after the door creak, no creepy dolls or skeletons, just thick dust, sheet-covered furniture. It made no sense that I felt so threatened, and looking at my friend, I knew he felt it too. Without saying a word to each other, we turn our heads and walk toward the boiler room. We didn't tell each other that either one of us wanted to go. We just started backtracking faster than we came in. I'm leading us at this point, and my blood ran ice cold when I noticed something on the other side of the door we left open. A set of fresh-looking footprints that led down the left route of the hall. We both went right to get to the large main room. The prints were positively not ours. As we got closer, it got worse. The footprints started 8 to 10 feet from the door, in the middle of the hall. It looked like a person had teleported 10 feet from the door, mid-stride, and walked the opposite way and around the corner. We booked out of there as fast as possible. Thank fuck there was an exit in the boiler room, because I can't imagine climbing up those pipes in a panic. Literally never went back to that building. On the way back to his house, I asked my buddy what he saw, and he said he saw the prints, noticed how far away from the door they were. So, I know that I wasn't just seeing things. I'm an atheist. I don't have a good explanation for this, and I'd really love one. To clarify, we didn't see them appear. We saw them after they had been made, and they looked as new as ours. Bonus fact, the tower, it had a window at the top. Some people claim that they could see someone standing in there at night sometimes. There were a couple of times when I swear something looked like it could be in the window before this whole incident happened. But I guess it could easily just be my mind playing tricks. I'm a 30-year-old male. I live with my friend, 29-year-old male. Both of us have seen a girl in the house. She's small, dressed normally, not the stereotypical ghost girl. Why is it scary? Because we live alone. We've asked our neighbors. None of them has a daughter or knows anyone who meets the description. It's a big, old house, so we never associated strange noises with anything paranormal. First sighting, I was alone at home. I was getting out of the shower, and in front of the bathroom is my friend's room. There, I saw her standing, looking at a shelf where my roomie keeps his books. I didn't say anything to my friend. He was away visiting family. I must admit that I spent that night at my parents' house. Second sighting. I was in the kitchen when I heard something break in the living room. I thought it was my friend's cat. When I came around to check, I saw the girl standing, staring at me. Nothing was broken. I ran out of the house. Didn't return till the next day. Again, I didn't tell my friend. Third sighting was my friend's. I was on a trip. My friend called me. He was upset. He told me that he saw a girl in the living room, just sitting on the couch. I asked him to describe her to me. She was the same girl that I'd seen. Since then, we've seen it on many occasions. She does nothing. She doesn't disturb us, but it's there. Sightings are quick. There's no time to interact. The child always wears the same clothes, does not look neglected or unattended. We've set up a few cameras, but we've never caught anything. What do you think? We don't feel like we're being watched at night. Things don't move, and there's no strange noises that can't be related to an old house. A few years ago, my ex and I were 8 years into our relationship and still living in a small Manhattan apartment. We were having serious relationship issues and separated a few months later. But we were together long enough for her to know weird shit happens around me. For a span of 4 or 5 months, the paranormal activity was so out of hand that I started documenting it. But unfortunately, I no longer have the evidence. We were experiencing new occurrences almost daily. There were strange noises. Things fell over when no one was near them. Doors opened by themselves. And occasionally, we saw white or black orbs. The orbs flew around insanely fast, and they often vanished through a wall. But there was one thing in particular that really pushed me to document everything. We had all of our gaming systems on one TV, but I ran out of PS3 and Wii games at the time. Normally, we only used the Xbox, but that was mostly just to play music through our phones or watch anime. But we also had a Kinect that was always on. One day, we were listening to music when we noticed the Kinect screen registering 3 people in the room. But we were the only 2 home. It was also impossible for a person to be where it indicated. We had bunk beds in that spot, and a huge pile of clothes was covering the top bunk. Yet the Xbox showed someone standing inside the bed and clothes, not on top of them. We reset the Xbox thinking it was a glitch, but it still showed a third person in the same spot. After that, We started turning on the Xbox every day, just to see if it was there. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. But when it was, it would either stand still, wave to us, or move in a way that resembled dancing. Knowing no one would ever believe me without proof, I recorded a few short videos. On another day, we were listening to music and playing cards when the music suddenly stopped, for no reason. Confused, we looked up to see the voice command had been activated, but neither of us had said anything. That's when I started a log in my notepad app. I wrote down everything I could remember and when it happened to us. In total, I had about 2 months' worth of entries, but nothing happened for the next 2 days. Then, on the 3rd day, I heard someone in the bathroom, but no one was inside. I noted this in the log, and just as I hit the save button, the phone was pulled out of my hand. Startled, I picked up the phone and made an entry for that as well. After using the bathroom, I went back to playing Assassin's Creed. I sat down, grabbed the controller, and placed my phone on the bed. I got a text right after. So I sent a quick reply and put the phone back in the same spot. A few minutes later, I was bored with the game, and I asked my girlfriend if she wanted to go out for dinner. She did, so we began getting ready to leave. I changed pants and immediately went to grab my phone, but it was gone. Like myself, my girlfriend, hadn't seen it since I set it on the bed. I went on a rampage checking the entire room over and over. I was just so confused as to where it could have gone. I even stripped off all of the bed's blankets and shook them out, but I still didn't find it. I gave up for the time being and decided to finish getting dressed. Just as I went to put on my scarf, I looked down to see my phone on the bed, in the exact same spot I originally left it. I asked my girlfriend where she found it, but she hadn't touched it. She thought I had found it. There was no explanation. In the end, I simply put it in my pocket and went to dinner. A month later, it disappeared again. Only that time, I never found it. I live in a small town with only 2 movie theaters. One is the regular variety, while the other solely plays classics, which in this case just means anything made before 1980. It only stays in business because there's nothing else to do around here, and because they made the building into a historical landmark. I'm not sure what it was originally, but it became a theater in 1951, and it's looked the exact same ever since. Been owned by the same family, too. Old movies aren't really my thing, so I've only been there a handful of times until recently. But I grew up hearing the ghost stories. I just never thought they were true. In the 1960s, a young woman came to a double feature and sat alone in the back row. That was a pretty uncommon sight, so people noticed her as the night wore on, especially after she continuously dismissed anyone who tried to talk to her. Witnesses described her as sad and anxious. When the second film ended, the lights came on, and everyone began to file out of the exit until they were stopped by an ear-splitting scream. 2 school teachers had stopped to check on the lone woman who was now slumped over and unresponsive. Thinking she'd fallen asleep, they tried to wake her. And that's when they saw the cold, dead stare in her glassy eyes. The autopsy revealed an overdose that police concluded to be accidental. She went to the movies that night to hide from an asshole named Tony. The pair had began dating earlier that year, and their fights were known to be violent. The police took him in for questioning, but he didn't force her to take the drugs, and over a dozen witnesses saw her sitting alone, undisturbed, during the final hours of her life. After being cut loose, he chose to drown his sorrows at the theater, and he wasn't quiet about it. One night, a group of construction workers decided they'd heard enough, tried to kick him out. But Tony had a gun. He managed to kill one of the construction workers and a waitress before the others wrestled him to the ground. Ultimately, he took his own life in prison. But his victims are said to still haunt the theater today. I always thought the owners were faking the sightings to drum up business, but I can't explain what I saw last night. There were only a few other people in the late show, and we were all spread out, but about halfway through the movie, I saw movement in the corner of my eye. I was only a few seats down from the wall, and we were the only people in our row. No one else could have been there without walking past us or climbing over several chairs. But suddenly, there was a woman dressed like a waitress from one of those 50s diners. I stared at her in confusion for only a few moments, wondering where she came from. Before she turned to face me, I saw that half of her head was missing. I jumped out of my seat with a muffled yelp, scared my date half to death. But when I tried to point at the waitress, no one was there. The rest of our row was empty once again, and I was left looking like a lunatic. In my panic, I began describing a rabid beast of a rat, but I only made a bigger fool of myself. Regardless, the one thing I do know for sure is that I'm never going back to that theater again. No thanks.